What's going on, everybody? Alright, so it's a little different. We're testing out YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So I've got a lot going on my end. There's a lot to get used to. But hopefully this will run pretty smoothly. Fingers crossed. But happy Monday. Busey, how's it going? Servers are back online, I believe, yeah. I think I had read they've been up for a couple hours, but I actually went to log on to do some screenshot grabbing earlier today, and it was telling me offline, 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 and I was like, oh great. It looks like they fixed everything though, in terms of missing fittings and stuff, so that's good. Except I have a fitting that is new that I can't seem to clear. I don't know if I need to... Ah, there it is. There it is. I have no idea why I couldn't see that no matter what. So that was entirely bugged out. But over the weekend, they had a server outage as well. And I logged in after the server outage, and I had all of my fittings, but my character was reset entirely. The fittings were not on my clubs. And I was like, I'm just gonna close the game and hope that they fix it. Because if they, they didn't fix it, we would definitely have some serious issues. And then, like, the icing on the cake was they had tweeted out, like, oh, use this code to get 450 VC or something like that. And it was like, that's great and all, but Can I have my stuff back? Because it's gonna cost way more than that to refit everything. So I would imagine that it has something to do with topspin. I would think just with the amount of people that they have playing topspin, it's probably starting to bug their servers, which it always feels like 2K servers are like not... They can't ever handle the load. It's like, oh, this game that we just put out, we're not really expecting it to do well. Like, oh, we're gonna put this game out, and then the servers are gonna be unable to keep up. Hey, what's going on, Singo? How we doing, dude? Welcome back. Fittings make it important? Yes and no. Most of the stats, in my opinion, don't really mean anything. Distance stat being the big one. And then I would say lie range, just because it helps to give you like a slightly better, a slightly better beat, so to speak. If you're off the fairway or even... It's kind of like the skills aren't really great except for the skills that give you extra distance and better lies. Which is really just like driver off the deck lie and like driver into wind and those sorts of things, but... I would say that distance is the main thing there. It might mean... So I guess the way to look at it is like, the worse you are, the more they mean. What I mean by that is, like on the higher difficulties, the perfect window, right, for plane and tempo doesn't really get any bigger. Maybe like a pixel. It's very negligible. The gray moves, right? So like the more that you miss, the more that those stats being boosted helps. But like the closer you are to center, I feel like the less effect it generally has on things. Swing is pretty straight, which is kind of interesting. Not disabled for multiplayer, just to put people on a more even playing field. Well, because distance is tied into the fittings, I mean, you can't really do that, right? I would say it's still an even playing field. I mean, the last game, everybody got to choose different clubs. I think back, now I could be wrong about this, but I think back in TGC 19, I think that is how it was. Like, I think there was master clubs and pro clubs, and like everybody, like when you played on that, you had certain yardages, certain stats, whatever. I don't know. I think there's definitely a balance to it. I think they've struck a good balance. Like, you give the player some customization, but like you look at real life golf and on tour and everything. Like, not everybody is playing the same bag. Yeah, if everybody hit the exact same distance and had the same misses and stuff, it would, I don't know how interesting it would be. I mean, think of any sport. Soccer, you know, something, everybody ran the same formation. Baseball, everybody hit the same distance. With driver as well as an iron, I just like to work my way down through the bag. They're all the same. I apologize. My allergies, I think, are flaring back up. That, and I also think I may have gotten a little bit sick. I went and played golf on Saturday, but the weather kind of took a turn for the worse. It was supposed to rain. Then when I booked, it wasn't supposed to rain. Then I woke up and it do be raining. So I ended up playing in the like low 50s in rain for probably about half to 2/3 of my round. So I've had allergies, but now I've like actually got a little bit more green in my mucus, which it was just clear before, so I knew it was allergies. But now my throat's a little tickly. But yeah, so everything has the same downswing tempo. But it's just a matter of like backswing length, so I just kind of like to, I'll start with driver or 3-wood, I'll just hit down a couple times, I'll take the next, you know, club, take a couple swings, hit down a few times. I just like to kind of run it down, make sure that I'm in a rhythm with tempo, and then we head out and see what the course has to offer, play some warm-ups, and go from there. I did for a little bit because the driving range and online, so Societies, plays just ever so slightly different. Very firm, fast. Excellent. Sometimes I would just go into Society and start playing it, but I don't know. I like just kind of settling into playing, settling into the stream, chatting, getting relaxed, just get some swings in, and then build up from there. So those are very fast, okay. It's faster. Yeah, like, I mean, I guess the timing is the same, right? Because it's downswing, but yeah, I think, at least to me, it feels like the time to the top of your lob wedge and time to the top of your driver is, you know, there's a little bit of a gap there. Not a ton, but it might be more in the animation, like the timing might actually be the same. I haven't done like an actual timed comparison, but it feels like the backswing takes just a little bit longer. Is there gonna be anything that's like a solid warm-up? Very firm, okay, CC is gonna be a lot easier course-wise, but conditions-wise, at least a little bit more similar to what we're gonna see. I also mostly just want to see the, you know, it's always good to start on fast greens and kind of work it from there. Honestly, that's a tighter fairway than I was expecting for CC. It could just be me. Swing feels a little bit different today. Somewhat in a good way, like feels like it's just kind of flowing and hitting. Alright, I'm gonna try and de-loft this guy a little bit. Now for the worst part of my game. And that's why, because it's almost still high. But I think I understand why, because I think right at the last second there, I realized that there was one part of the break that I hadn't quite allotted for, and that was the break right at the start of that swing. Alright, so you've got downhill wind in. I mean, 7-iron on firm fast is not going to get that far. 6-iron, I've had the bad case of overshaping it, so we'll go somewhere in this vicinity then. Whenever you're here, putting's unreal. When it matters, my putting is bad. And like, have to remember that the stuff that we warm up with tends to be a lot easier than, you know, what we're actually playing on tour. You know, not often. I mean, we do get it sometimes, but not often are we playing on, you know, stuff like this, where it's just like a gentle break. You can barely see some of these greens, I tell you what. A little bit uphill. I'll give it some backspin to hopefully carry over. It says uphill 80. Apparently it was 40 to there, which Did not feel like it was uphill 40 feet. Not in the slightest. Be 152. I mean, you have wind at the back, but it's uphill. Give it just like a touch of loft and backspin here. It's firm and uphill, so it's still going to be a pretty big kick forward. I just don't really know how you play around that. Like, I really don't know what you would do differently to get that to land a little bit nicer. That always does seem to be the miss with those downhillers, is like just under the hole, which I don't know if that means that I'm like really close to reading it right or still a long ways off. We just can't let these swings start to get too fast on us. That would be no bueno. I need to figure out with the YouTube stream, I had to like go live and then go live again. I have to figure out how to have it that when I hit go live in OBS, it just goes live on YouTube. That was kind of weird. I didn't really know how to feel about that. It's like a really, really bizarre 170. Yeah, see, this is where like wind starts to cancel out, right? So 8 iron, one would think that these play like right around the same, so just like a little bit of loft to sit this down right at the hole. I don't know why the swing feels so, like, different. I don't know if that has something to do with them resetting the servers. That would be weird, but I honestly wouldn't put it past them to just have something peculiar like that. This is a cruel joke. When it happens every time, it's a cruel joke. Something tells me, though, I need to commit to, like, a firmer line there. Because if I'm, like, if I keep putting it just below the hole, I mean, I think I would need a little bit more power to get it to fall in from the high side. At least that's what would make the most sense to me. This has an uphill lie, so I'm gonna say that the uphill's gonna do something? I don't know if that's a crazy thought or not. Let's try it. All right, that works. I went with the flop because I didn't have to do any shaping to it. Like, the pitching wedge flop there is kind of twofold. I didn't have to do any shaping to get it where I wanted, and also pitching wedge flop is going to have a little bit of release, and it was into an uphill. You know, if that's downhill, then I probably am trying to shape a pitch. Put loft and backspin and be a little bit more precise with it. But with it being uphill and just being at the right distance there, I'm going to just try and let it up. And if it's short, I know I have an uphill putt. You know, there's always the chance of me landing and it's still rolling through and going long and having a downhill, but in my head there, that's less of a chance. Okay, so we need that sort of not quite short game, mid game. I don't know what you would. Short game, mid game, end game. When's the final boss? Okay, the final boss is Stives every week. Although I'm not even at the final boss. I've been to the final boss once and I crumbled. Don't think we need to aim too far to the right. Ah. Well, when you underhit it by 5%, it doesn't really matter what you do. We're gonna get lucky because we hit the fringe, but even at that, it's still not enough. So the question is, am I reading the, no, because this has to be it. It's like, if it's more than that, then I don't know what I'm seeing. He is AI. I don't know, you would think if it's artificial intelligence though, like anybody, not just Stives, they would hit not just perfect, you know, shots, they'd hit perfect swing planes too. True bots would be API checked. So like, this is uphill into wind, which in my opinion would make this incredibly short. Like, yes, we have a slight downhill lie, but I just, at what feels like it's probably in the 8-mile-an-hour ballpark. I mean, even if it just plays 4 yards, I mean, we're back here. But are we losing 12 yards? I don't think so. I feel like I'd rather try and de-loft this a little bit than try and loft. A little fast. Yeah, see, that was more than a little bit. I definitely got aggressive with it. I do need to figure that out though. Like, what is the play in that situation where you've got this little bit of headwind? And then you watch it dip back after the hole. So mean. So mean. Oh yeah, the hole in what was that? That was at Waste Management, right? They did that in Phoenix a number of years ago. Hey, what's up, TFR? How we doing, dude? How was the weekend? Hope we're enjoying this weather. Getting some outside going on, touching grass. Kind of incredibly rude on the kick there. I'm gonna take this 6-iron, and realistically the hope is just for it to land on the upslope to the green and kick on nice. Or we're gonna snap fast it, kick right. That works. One more left than I would have liked to have been, but you know. When you hit crap inputs, you can't really be too picky anymore. Okay, lesson learned. Lesson learned. That ain't it, Chief. That ain't it. Yeah, I have a feeling that this could go off the fairway. We might be good, though. Olis has mono, so no travel basketball for at least 3 weeks. Oh, man. Yeah, lots of pollen is an understatement. It's been lots of pollen for a number of weeks, and you can hear it in my voice. The allergies are hitting me with like the little nasal drip, and like I just feel like my throat is a tickling. I've been drinking so much water, like, and I've taken Claritin, and I've had nothing. Nothing be fixing it at the moment, unfortunately. Should still release a bit. I put a touch of brakes just because I don't know. I had this feeling that maybe it's too much roll. Apparently it's, you know, got some uphill to it, so I should have just left it stock. Mine was good, TFR. So my wife and kid come back tomorrow, but they've been out of town since Friday. So Friday I went to the range after work. I watched the draft. I worked on some stuff for getting the multi-streaming set up. Went and played golf in the 50 degree rain on Saturday. Walked 18, so got some good exercise. Went to the range Sunday. Did some outdoor work in the morning, and afternoon before I went. Went to the range after work today. Trying to get out and enjoy the nice weather. The downside is all of the range sessions and the golf were crap. My short game was fine. I two-putted pretty much everything. But, you know, when you shoot over 100 and you two-putt everything, that means that you hit the ball way more times than you should have to. So I'm really trying to figure out my ball striking. I don't hit the ball anywhere near as far as I think I should, and I also don't hit it as square as I need to, so there's just a lot to be done there. That really just shouldn't be landing on the fringe, though. Hey, the best, yeah, I got to, right? Like, got some chores done around the house that I needed to. Like, had to pressure wash my back patio, if you want to call it that. A lot of concrete and a lot of mold that just builds up over time because it gets a lot of shade. And water sits on it. Yeah, trying to make the most of it. It looks like we're gonna get spring again though. Like we're gonna get a little bit more spring in the coming week or so that'll be nice. So I found a question the other day. Do you think you could win a Masters event if on every hole you start at the furthest point on the green from the pin? And the pros start the usual tee, sad to say the answer would still be no. Yeah. The answer would probably still be no. Now I think a bit of that depends on, you know, how good the individual is at putting and like, do you get to practice those greens? Or at least use the practice facility and get any sort of gauge for how fast they play. Hey, what's going on, Leeds? How you doing, man? Welcome back. Yeah, TFR, it's like you look for, like I was really looking forward to the time, yeah, to myself and to be able to do what I wanted and stuff, but like there's definitely like a sudden reality of like that sounds really great. And then they're not there and you're like, it's pretty quiet, man. Like, wow, it just didn't break. Yeah, it's just me. I realize like how much like I lack physically talking to anybody during the course of the day. So it was like nice that I did end up, there was one other guy that I played with on Saturday, a random, but he was real nice, so that was good. Hey, what's going on, GH? How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome to the first ever YouTube stream. It's kind of crazy. I hope if everything is working fine over there. That is good news. So I'm gonna need all eyes and ears on every platform to make sure that things are working properly. I'm doing well. Wait, so yeah, so this week we're gonna test. We had talked about it, and then I was like, you know what? We should probably like put some action behind this. So this week we're gonna be testing and working the kinks out. Stream on Twitch, stream on YouTube. Still upload rounds the way that we've been uploading rounds. You know, so the round one that we play tonight will get clipped down into its own thing and go up Tuesday and so on. Next week, what I'm gonna start trying then for like the month of May at least, is I think we'll stream on YouTube and Twitch. And then instead of me posting like full unedited rounds, because like all I do for the edit is I just go in and throw in like a little, like I clip it, I throw in a little sub and like thing, which by the way, if you're enjoying the stream on YouTube, a like goes a long way for the stream, because if the people that are here don't like it, then YouTube's not gonna say, yeah, let's go show other people this. But like other than that, I don't do anything to it, right? So we just put it on YouTube and then that's that. I make a thumbnail. What I'm thinking about, what we're gonna try, I'm not thinking about it anymore, we're gonna try it. Do the streams, and then I will take the time that I would spend clipping and thumbnailing and all of that after stream. Work on editing each round down to like a few minutes and put all 4 of them together so that at the end of the week, pardon me, so like on Friday, I could have like a 20-25 minute video of the entire tournament. We'll see how it goes. There was a lot of feedback that is something that people would like. I mean, it was voted that way like 8-2, so I'm gonna take that as gospel a bit. And we'll see how those videos do. I mean, worst comes to worst, we can always change it, right? So all right. Hey, look at that. The bot right on cue. Good job, bot. Atta boy. Just bought a PS5, so you're coming back to TGC? Been a long minute? Hell yeah, man. Well, PS5 is definitely the way that these games were, in my opinion, meant to be played. You can play them on other platforms, but PS5 is definitely like what I would call optimal experience. PC for designing, but as far as playing. Show Tina Green that have an all black screen saying, I made par, missed another 12-foot birdie putt. Yeah, McTrees, I'm like, that's the part that I don't know, like, how I want to do the editing. You know, because I guess we could technically, like, I don't necessarily have to go and show all 18 holes, right? I also don't have to show every tee shot. So I think there's some stuff there. Yeah, just highlight every dart and then everything that was like a crap shot. Be like, ah, that didn't, unless it was so bad that it like, you know, we're in scramble mode. But yeah, I've wondered like, to what extent do you try and maybe, I don't know, follow, so to speak, like how you see like PGA Tour highlights? The only real difference being, you know, with the PGA Tour highlight, a lot of times the people watching the highlights watch the tour, know who the player is, whereas we're trying to pitch to an audience that doesn't know who I am necessarily. You know? So like that part's a little bit odd. Just low, cause that's, yep. That's your life too, McTrees, right? That's right, it's just, you know, and then you know as soon as you adjust it, you miss high. Like that's the kicker. Because it'd be like, oh, well, if you always miss just low, then like hit it a little firmer or aim a little more to the right. But as soon as I do that, we all know that the ball is going on the other side of the hole. Splice it, yeah, Cara Stives putting. Don't mind the different character, the fact that they're on my screen now instead. Oh, that slow killed us. We land on the fringe. Edit myself in the corner, just commentate over it as if it's me. Yeah, what? Just some casual infringement on a friend, you know? What's so bad about that? Why do I feel like somebody's watching me? No, like, why do I feel like this is still gonna end up low? Probably because it is. But the crazy part is, honestly, doesn't feel like, when I look at the break, doesn't feel like it should be, but then when I aim it, it just feels wrong. But I don't know. Because that's I don't feel good about it. We're gonna try it, just to see. Yep. It's like you knew. It's like you knew. 4 of 24 over 10 feet on kinetic, missed 2 greens, proximity under 18 for both, 57 putts. Society with RNG deciding how many putts to give us after we hit the grade. Honestly, yeah, although there are some times where my putt count is low, but I think that's just because those are the rounds that I'm missing greens, you know? It's not necessarily that I'm playing anything crazy. It's just at that point we've missed a bunch of greens. This is like a very close to pin high kind of landing. So you gotta take just a hair off of it, I think. Well, and then we take another hair off of it from the under hit, and then we hit the fringe and we somehow sit. Normally you hit that fringe though, and you can kiss that ball goodbye. I have big trust issues with these greens. Or at least just like with these 155s in general. I don't know what it is. If it ain't 134s, I ain't making most things. But I also feel like I've been like getting a little bit screwed on my approach game too. Like things just, it's not that I'm getting screwed, I'm screwing myself, I guess. I'm misplaying something. Like something with loft and wind interaction, I'm like grossly misjudging. Hey! Wow! Imagine that. But I mean, if we're on, okay, so if we're on par with things, we'll be like 90 to 100% on our short putts. We'll be like 85% on our medium putts, and we'll be about 35% on our long putts. 100? Oh, 75? Okay. 27. Plan on returning to True Sim at all, GH? Just sticking to Plat these days. I think just sticking with Plat. Now that could change. But like the demand for True Sim content as a whole, or at least like in the tournament 4 rounds of it, it's just not there. You know, I get asked about it every once in a while, but I think if it wasn't for the fact that if I never played True Sim, I think I'd be asked about it even less. So it's a weird thing in that, because I enjoy it and I do better at it than Plat, relatively speaking, most times. But yeah, it's a lot to do both. I used to do both, but now with like trying to, don't want to see, yeah, and like then to watch 4 rounds of it, right? That's like, That's asking even more. Normal, firm, medium, fast. Alright, well, Elite's a good challenge. It's gonna be way faster than we're playing. But we'll play Elite as the next round here. I'll be right back. I gotta run, blow my nose real quick. These allergies kinda kicking my butt. So I'll be right back, and we'll hop into some Elite, and then we'll roll on into Plat. Alright, we are back. Yeah, True Sim is it's a weird thing because True Sim is like the more impressive thing in my opinion. Yeah, so it's a bit of an oddity in that respect. Yeah, so sometimes like individual True Sim videos will do well, but I don't know, I guess to the point of like having 4 rounds of it, like that's a lot, especially because it's slower play. Like I'm already a slow player with green grids and stuff. Like take that away, like I'm definitely not getting any faster. So, you know, like it's impressive when you make the reads and you know, the approach shot is just that much better, or the putt is just that much better when you make it. But as to like an overall viewing experience, harder to sell. I'm gonna try and get the extra little distance with this gap wedge and like let it hopefully just release down nicely. It's always so tough because very fast just really want to go. True Sim playlist, most players probably don't relate to it much because they don't play it. Yeah, and so like there was a little bit of time where that's all we were playing. So like we used to play the main tours, then we got into True Sim, and so we were playing, you know, the main tours and True Sim. And then, you know, as time went on, trying to think what happened. I started to stream less. And so, yeah, I think it was when I came back from having my son, I had taken a bit of time off. When I came back to streaming, I think we tried Plat a few times, but ultimately ended up going with just True Sim. Hey, what's going on, guy? Thank you for the luck. How we doing, man? So we went with just True Sim for a while because it was what I was better at. But then at the start of this season, decided to go back over to Plat, give that another go. Yeah, really try to, I guess in a sense, compete there. Which, like, kind of sometimes, but mostly not. But just kind of have to go where the interest is, you know? Chillin'. Nice. Do anything this weekend? Was there, I don't know how the weather is out your way. It was cool and rainy and then very quickly turned to mid to upper 80s. Actually doing decent this time around? Hey, Cat. Love to hear it, dude. Spring, not warm, not pouring rain. I mean, not pouring rain in the Pacific Northwest has to be something, right? Also, your primary interest is my face? Whatever. Alright, that was a little bit weird. Us East Coasters? What about us? Huh? What about us? Say it. Say it to my face. All of Washington is wet? I don't know, man. I went to Seattle once and it rained, so... So you tell me. Alright? You tell me. I went to Seattle once and it rained on me, so... B-Dan! Coming in with the raid! Thank you very, very much. How we doing? Hope all is well with you. This is supposed to be activity feed. Which I don't know why activity feed isn't populating. That's kind of useless. But welcome on in, everybody. We are currently messing around with some multi-streaming stuff, and apparently I can't see my actions, which is not great. But maybe if I then change this to just be 1 by 1 and then snap it to the left, then maybe that'll be the solution that we need. Guy coming in with a 5-stream streak, fire me right up. But yeah, welcome on in, B-Dan and company. My name's Colby. We attempt to play competitive virtual golf, but we are oft inconsistent, but sometimes good. You know, so we go for the sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit kind of vibes around here. You know, driver off the deck, YOLO. Why not? I disagree. You know, I disagree with that, but sure. It wasn't that fast, I promise. Oh man, okay. Well, now we gotta go 43 yards. That might be a problem. Might not though. Quite honestly, it might just be this pitch shot here. And that seems a whole lot like 75%. Also, I'd like to say that was that out of sand, or did that classify as heavy rough? Because you know what? That must have been heavy rough. That explains a lot. That explains actually a ton. So never mind. Hey, what's going on, Yabba? How are you doing? Yeah, so I think I saw the like Tanner strip and was like, oh, you know, that's gotta be like sand. And so I was thinking I was actually gonna get the ball to stop. Going for broke here. But just a little bit slow. Okay, that is sand, though. That is sand. And sand changes everything. I think one touch also changes everything, but I don't remember what commercial that is, so... this is not an ad. See, it's kind of tough because you want to not let it roll out too much, you know? I'm trying to flight this up. But still get it to bite. There you go. So we get a little bit of spin and then it releases. Glad to see I'm human after all. You should see some other people if you want to see people that are actually like not human at the game. I definitely mess up way too much for my own I mean, I guess we all mess up way too much for our own liking. But like, you get what I'm saying. Okay, I'm gonna open one more window here actually. Because right now, that's not working. So I'm gonna put this dashboard down here so I can give myself a combined view of things. Just in case, you know, get some YouTube subs or something, I don't know. You channel Sevi every round? Maybe that's my problem, is I'm not trying to channel anybody. That might be my mistake all along. Alright, come on. Nice little pitching wedge. Alright, decent line. Nice. Nice. Get half decent at recovery shots after every hole. Yeah. I believe it. I mean, the people that are the best scramblers are probably the ones that have scrambled the most, so... I feel like I have to lay this up and that makes me sad. But what if instead we de-lofted? That's probably a mistake, but we're doing it anyway. Bounce it up the hill and around. Still gonna end up out. Should've just laid up. Should've just laid up. It was a bait the whole time. It was a bait the entire time. And I took it. I took it gladly. Fool. Absolute fool. So, like, the wind just doesn't bring it back at all. Incredible. But I should know that, right? I should know that. Yeah, we're gonna have to play a lot of shape on this. Okay, so channel Sevi. What they say to do. Sevi would not do that. That was terrible advice, yeah, but No, I sucked. I sucked at inputting. So a better question is, if we play this at full and play a flop instead of a splash, can we just spin it back or something? Maybe that's the safer play. 32, 27, 20s. Maybe I don't even need to play the backspin. I should have played the backspin. But in my head, it was gonna land shorter. But it bounced so many times. Alright, this was this was absolutely horrible. Don't do this again. Okay, so I'd like to point out that that is exactly what I was talking about with when we just add arbitrarily because we miss low all the time. You know what happens? We miss on the other side of the hole. So I cannot win the putting game. Maybe I have to like fake myself out and like any time that I think I need to add more to it, I don't. And then anytime I don't, I do. But then if I don't think about it, then how will I know to do it? And therefore, I will have thought about it and I shouldn't do it. So I should just miss everything low, is basically, I think, what that boils down to. This is a lot less. It's so hard for me to gauge the like direction that it's going to leave the club face. Yeah, I think foot lies, like those severe lies, are one thing that get me in trouble quite a bit. Not yet, Jetski. We're playing some elite, but we'll be getting to that part right after. Too firm. I tried to do the I don't feel like moving my aim marker, I'll just move the joystick, and I slammed the joystick so far left. Plat always has some funky foot lines, man. Plat always has some funky foot lies. So yeah, that's one thing that I definitely struggle with. In my head, that ball was gonna go further. Well, methinks that we gotta play this very far to the right. Let it just release. Right in the gap. If you get de-greened by shooting it up the gap, in my opinion, that's really dumb. Okay, so my question is, what do they want you to do then? So just like explain to me from a designer standpoint. What do you want the player to do to get to this? Or is the answer they don't? Because that seems likely. Because at 200 and, 50 some yards or whatever that was, you've got to land it short. So am I supposed to land it like close to that two-way ridge and get it up and over and feed down to the left with precise? Like, I don't know. That just seems like, I get that it's a par 5 and par 5s tend to get a little bit extra slack in terms of how they're defended. But yeah, I'm gonna say Colby doesn't love that one. I am no designer. I know nothing. But what I do know is that doesn't feel right. What I also know is I hate everything about this. 250 yards to a fairly front pin with a tailwind. Very fast greens. To which I would say, okay. If I try and take my 4-iron, I'm going to be short. And if I try and take my hybrid, I'm going to be long, I guess. Like a full off, full backspin. Okay, I think I have some stick drift on my left joystick. That or my thumb doesn't work. Either is valid. .230. We're definitely not going to get back the 10 yards on that. So like there's a little bit slow. Yeah, so full off, full backspin with that wind, I think just does a lot more than I expect it to. I think that's ultimately what it boils down to. Why? It's just never in. I mean, thank goodness this isn't Plat, but gonna need putts to drop. Like, we can't be so reliant on 2-putt. Or not on 2-putt. I mean, we can 2-putt just about anything. But we can't be so reliant on the super close proximity shots to have a chance. It's like, once we hit 7 feet, I mean, all bets are off. 7 feet is missing distance. I can definitely find some misses from there. So I think just with a little bit on the driver here. I needed to put some loft on it. So that ended up, I think, being less about actual carry distance and more about height. Which I think backspin does give a little bit of height to it, but that was definitely not what it needed to be. That just went straight through. At that much power, just did not take the initial break. Okay, I mean, these are all like good things to see, and we gotta keep like making note of these things in the back of our minds, but I will mostly just say it does not do the self-confidence good to not see putts go the right way or in. You know, it's definitely a tough thing for the brain when you just like watch everything miss. Because when you start rolling with some confidence, like that opens things up quite substantially. So I think for, try to think about this. I think for any of those chips that are uphill, I think that first kick I just have to always imagine is going to be bigger. I think it's what it boils down to. I think if it's downhill, we can imagine it being softer, and if it's uphill, it having a little bit more, because that just like, it's a big skip. It's a big, big skip. Also, I'm pretty sure we just played this course on some other society. It must have been Rub the Green or Fishbowl, because I remember this hole. It's like all of a sudden coming back to me. It felt vaguely familiar earlier, but like nothing concrete to be like, ah, I do in fact remember this thing. This, however, this I do be remembering. This is like one of those crazy ones where I have to, because of the way that it breaks, I have to aim more to the left, right? Which is fine, right? You gotta aim a little bit to the left for your putt. But I guess we're fine. But it like almost brings into play that other line. A miracle has happened. A miracle has happened. We read and executed a putt. Absolutely unbelievable. But we gotta do what it matters, right? That's ultimately what it boils down to. Gotta do these things when it matters. But we've at least, I don't know, we managed. Like last week wasn't our greatest week. You know, we struggled in what we should have thrived in, and then round 4 we were still able to piece things together, and in very high, very firm, very fast conditions, we shot 14 under. You know, we're able to put ourselves comfortably out of, like, striking distance of any sort of demotion marks, so. We have it in us. Oh no. See, I overplayed the lie. Hey, what's going on, Justin? How's it going, dude? So Justin, just as a heads up to you as a moderator, also just to everybody, we are officially, well, I say officially, this current stream, at least for the time being, we are on both Twitch and YouTube, so. Trying some things out, you know? Figure we, yeah. It took a while. I had to set up a bunch of stuff because basically you have the option to pay a service to host your stream and like restream it for you. And the free version has a watermark. And I didn't want to pay for it. So the other option was some guy a number of years ago, and they're still updating it, which is good. Made an OBS plugin, and it seems to be working. Seems to be working. Also, if people are watching on YouTube and do enjoy this, a like lets me know that you enjoy it. A like also lets YouTube know that you enjoy it. So, it'd be greatly appreciated. It does? Perfect. Yeah, we've had one or two people pop in from there already, which is nice. I'm sure other people have clicked on it and left because I'm not their cup of tea, and that's entirely okay. That's streaming. That happens every night, whether you pay attention to it or not. So definitely no no shame, no harm, no foul there, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I had to get a bunch of stuff set up for it, so like had to figure out, found an application that combines the chats together, which I'm just now like figuring out all of the customization stuff for it. At first, I didn't think that you could differentiate anything. I was like, I know it combines them, but it didn't have anything in terms of like what platform the person was on, colors, icons, like any of that. I hope that at some point they add support for like FFZ and Better Twitch TV and all of that. Because right now I don't believe that stuff is supported. Sick game. Ludwig's plugin free emotes. Hey, what's going on, Stevie? Song goes hard AF. It's this is Red Panda. Using some stream beats because I had to switch up the playlist. I had to find a new playlist that's copyright safe, like on YouTube as well. Well, so Justin, to get the chats combined, instead of having like the Twitch chat open and the YouTube chat open, because I feel like that would have been really hard to keep track of. I got this program called Caster Labs that was free, and it combines them, which is really nice, and it had options to actually turn it on, so I see a logo for Twitch or YouTube. You can, I think, combine it out to other platforms too. We're just doing YouTube because that's all I need to do. But I finally figured out how to put people's chat colors. Because at first I had everybody's name was gray. And then everybody's name was the color of the platform they were on. So it was like purple or red. And I was like, man, this is just lacking so much texture and like what I'm comfortable with. I figured it out. We've got everybody in their colors now. You know. But you can see that there are some YouTube chats and whatnot. You know, so if anybody's ever confused as to, you know, anything that I'm saying, or like it's like, what is this guy reading? It's because it's on the other stream. It's on the other stream. But yeah, like I don't think if it doesn't have tab complete, and if I Monka S. Oh, it does have better Twitch TV. Does it have channel better Twitch TV emotes? Hold on. What do we even have for channel ones? Let's go with just like a Pepe laugh. Pepe laugh. Ooh, okay. Pepe laugh works. What about FFZ? Let's try it. Yeah, no, we know better Twitch TV works. So what FFZ emotes do we have? Oh, actually, that was FFZ. Okay, cool. So there's FFZ and what's like a 7TV? Do they have 7TV? Not that we really use it, but like, what are 7TV global emotes? All right, there's 10 out of 100 global emotes. Let's go Billy approve. Why not? Oh, yeah, okay. So I don't have tab complete, but all of those. This is not an ad, but for anybody that does any sort of multi-streaming, Caster Labs caffeinated free, and it works. Big round of applause there. That is epic. Okay, so that alleviates all of that concern. It has all that. Now, does it have all of the customizations of it? Doubtful. I don't know if it like pulls anything from what you have installed in your browser. I can't imagine it does. But that's pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet. And apparently there's an option now. I don't have a reason to do this, but I've seen some people do it on their streams where it reads everything from chat. That seems like a big liability, but you can do it. Like that seems super dangerous. Like I get the thought behind it. I get why somebody would think that they would want that. Like text-to-speech, yeah. Yeah. But that sounds like a surefire way to... If somebody doesn't have... Now, I guess the thought process is like somebody would have auto mod, you know, or things like that set up to catch, like, TOS things. But I don't know, man. That still just seems like a surefire way for something to go wrong if one bad person shows up and does something with it. Yeah, with a good community and things, like, it's fine. Yeah, if people just act like themselves and carry about their business, like, we're all good. But if not, it's not great. It's not great. This is such a tight squeeze, and I don't really know how this is gonna go. Wind actually brings that back, and it's still short. Nice. XQC chat, yeah, right? Like any of the Forza and XQC, like any of the big spam, like, chats. It would be funny for all of, like, 2 minutes, and then that would be it, you know? You're like, ah, okay. We can stop now. Like, it would just be so painful to listen to, and I think that's, like, it's funny, and, like, those sorts of things are funny and fine when you have your community and you're doing it, but as far as, like, anybody that is not there while it's immediately happening to, like, know what's going on, I feel like for the most part, you're, like, definitely driving people away. Oh, so unwatchable. Post golf game again yet? Yeah, we've still been playing Hades. I had a little bit there with the Masters week where, like, the golf streams are just a little bit bigger, and so we were just playing golf and then logging off. So yeah, we've still been playing Hades. We'll see how stream goes today. Time-wise, I think we're still kind of on pace for things. So we'll see how long the round takes. If the round takes us till, like, pretty much the way I gauge it is if it's like 9:45 or earlier, typically we're, like, good to go for some Hades. We'll see. Maybe I'll decide. Might not be a bad thing to try Hades on YouTube as well. Just give the full experience. I haven't watched it. I've seen that it is a game that exists. Saw there were a bunch of, like, bigger streamers and stuff playing it. But other than that, I don't really know anything about it. Look at that, the wind actually bringing it back a little bit. I mean, it's gonna roll out the back of the green because it bounced too high up there. Really good so far, few hours in. So is it Souls-like? Like, what is it exactly? Like, it was a game that kind of came up out of nowhere in a sense, and then, like, I mean, for me, it did. I'm sure people knew about it, and we're looking forward to it. Okay, I'm with that. That's a solid way to end warm-ups. Souls-like ARPG, top-down like Diablo Lost Ark, but it's a Souls-like story game. Okay, well, there's a problem with that. Souls games aren't story games, but I get what you're trying to say. That's interesting. I'll have to give it a look. I'll also have to probably take a look and see, like, what the normal-ish playtime and like expected sort of thing what that is. All right, it is time for the main event, Platinum Tour, ladies and gentlemen. So first and foremost, before we like actually get into things, thank you everybody for being here. You guys are awesome. If you're watching on YouTube for the stream, really, really cool. And if you've been enjoying it and haven't already, consider dropping a like. It really helps out the live stream experience. But without further ado, let's play some Plat. It's kind of crazy to think that it is already week 31 of the season, but here we are. And this week brings us to Prairie Dunes by McTrees. By that, I mean McTrees has recreated the real life Prairie Dunes. So this is a real course recreation. We'll see how it plays with the conditions that they've got set up for us this week. We're playing from the back tees here for round 1. Medium winds out of the default. So I have no idea which way these winds are blowing, which is fine. Very firm, fast. So things are gonna be pretty slick. We're gonna have to be precise coming into these greens. I understand ahead of time here that there are already a lot of funky lies and some tight pins that we got to get into. So it's gonna be a very tough challenge, but we know we have it in us. So we'll get into it. We'll try and shoot our best here. Try and at least get to double digits. I think that's kind of always the safe bet for a goal, if you will. But if you've been enjoying these videos or you enjoyed this one, please consider dropping a sub over on the YouTube channel. Greatly appreciate it. It goes a long way for us. So yeah, let's get into this virtual golf tournament. That's how you start it off. I mean, assuming that it's in the fairway, because that's as good of a drive as you're gonna get out of me. The true good luck, have fun time is here. Indeed it is. The time has finally come. The main event. What we've all been waiting for. Alright, so lob wedge in off the back. I feel like this should take us just to the top. Get a big kick and a little bit of release there. It's only fast greens, but it is very firm. Maybe slowed it. But that's the distance that we wanted, so now we need the kick and release. That's all you're asking for. That is all you're asking for right there, is to just work the green in. Reset. I've done it, and I have not paid the price for it yet, but one of these times I will. Zoom in to read the lines and then leave the aim marker way out and slam the absolute crap out of your putt. I'm waiting for the time that I miss like a 4-footer because I put like 12 feet of power into it. That would not be that would not be ideal. Golf shots right off the bat, GH. Yeah, man, we're 1 for 1. Fortunately or unfortunately, there are 17 holes left. Depends, I guess, on how you look at it. That is a McLovin's ASMR. That is a submarino during the live stream. Greatly appreciated, McLovin. Welcome. I was like, what is that sound? I need to work and get some like actual alerts for the YouTube. Okay, so like we're stuck in between clubs here. I think with the very firms and everything, I'm okay with giving it a little bit of loft and also just kind of airing maybe a little bit more right side, because right feeds right to left. If we miss left, then we're dead. So like get in here, kick up and left. Just make sure you get over the ridge. Okay, we're on the shelf. We are on the shelf. Like obviously you want to be a little bit closer, and it's unfortunate just like how much break there is in this short amount of time. I mean, it's, in my opinion, it's gotta break quite a bit. Okay, starting it off right. Starting it off right. Come on now. Imagine that. What a world we live in. What a world we live in, where we make a good approach decision, make a good approach, and then actually, you know, make a bending putt to go along with it. Just the things you dream of. The things you dream of. We're gonna give it the D loft. That'll play. That'll play. I'm always just kind of terrified about whether I'm making the right adjustment on that or not. Also, we're gonna have to hit this firm. It's so short. New England Sports Nation, thank you for the YouTube subscription as well. Wow. Imagine that. Not one, but two subs already. At this rate, we're gonna be like 9 subs by the end of the round. Better than your birdie, bogey, birdie, double birdie start. What's going on, Shotzi? Well, we're not through the 5 holes yet, so hold on. Hold tight. We'll see what comes of it. We have a little bit of backstop. To which I say, use it? I mean, we've got... So you got like 10 miles an hour of wind here. Like our ball is gonna kick out to the right to start. Yeah, I think it's fine. Little fast. That's gonna bounce maybe too high. Too high in the sense now, though, that I think we might roll off the front. Like, I'm trying to play the backstop, but not, like, play the backstop fully. Ooh, we hold! WW3 monitor! I gotta say, that's World War III? Are we keeping an eye out for the Third World War? I hope that your monitoring finds nothing. Yeah, TFR, I mean, this is what one would hope for out of it, right? Certainly wasn't expecting, but definitely loving it. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. Almost leave that high, but doesn't matter, it's in. And putts are dropping. Now, TFR, now what if, now hear me out on this, what if the two are correlated? What if the two are correlated? What if, because the putts are dropping, the YouTube be popping? Finally go sellout mode? Shotzi, we are currently trying out our first ever dual stream. So it's not just that we're YouTube selling out. We've been posting our rounds on YouTube, but we are actually dual streaming it up at the moment. Just track news around the globe, so that's why your name is that? Okay. I got you, Vonner. Well, welcome. Welcome either way. Good to have you. See, this is just a little long, especially with the very firms. So we'll go here. Justin, I'm gonna assume that Juice on YouTube is you? Is that an accurate assumption, or is that, do we have a Juice in our presence that's not you? All right, it is you. Okay, I gotta make sure, man. I gotta make sure. All right, hopefully this is the right read on this. Alright. Left it just a little bit short, but ultimately I never wanted to let it go out the back of the green, so I have to be okay with here. I think from here this is probably more in the makeable zone anyway. Like, it doesn't seem like there's a crap load going on. All right, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Sometimes that's gonna happen. Hey, what's going on, Belt fan? I guess Dan is probably the. I was like, well, you know, there are a lot of Dans, but we'll cross that bridge if multiple Dans are around at the same time. There's this dude in your Twitch chat called Just Posy. He's a jerk. All right, Just Posy on YouTube. I'll trust you that the Twitch version sucks. No, I know that guy. He's alright. I was watching you last night. I watched most of that run. Pretty crazy RNG that you got there. Now the question is, when will you get a seed like that again? Knowledge, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Alright, so we take the par there. We've got a lot of uphill and into wind here. Which kind of makes this... Saw me lurking? Oh, wow. Well, I appreciate you not calling out the lurkers then. I thought I was being stealthy by not saying anything, but I guess I should have said hello anyway. Alright, we're gonna try and deloft this. Ride this pitch up to the hole. I hit that fast. Not as fast as I thought, but with the deloft, we'll see how this rolls out. And not really. So yeah, that works. We're calling out lurkers, Doctor? No. Well, I'm not. Posse's also not. Let's make this abundantly clear. Posse is not calling out lurkers. But he is watching. He is watching. He knows. I would call myself, like, I'm a very active lurker. I will lurk and watch a lot, but I have a very hard time. It was very hard for me. It was only because I was doing other stuff. It was very hard for me to sit in a stream and not say anything. You're hoping for a call out? Well, you want me to sit and watch my viewer list for when you're here and call you out? Proximity Master, well, I will say that our ball striking has been fairly on point today. So that's been very helpful. We've like actually been hitting most of our tempos and stuff. You're being unreasonable right now? What? You've never been unreasonable before. This is so unlike you. Truly, I'm in shock. I tried to power it through the break, and I did. But I thought it was going to break a little bit more. Alright, so we don't get the eagle. Those always sting, but that's always so hard when it flattens out like that. When the break just disappears. Like to see familiar faces? Words are hard when you, just that type of watcher. No, Lurk is... The thing is, on any platform, right? It doesn't matter. Lurkers are the absolute backbone of a live stream. You know, like you always say lurkers are the backbone of Twitch, but lurking is just the backbone of streaming. Because you can go and watch a video after the fact, right? You can go watch a VOD on YouTube, on Twitch, what have you. But as far as like a live algorithm goes, if you want to call it that, I mean, viewership is what bubbles streams to the top of the directory. It's what gives engagement. Like, I know a lot of people. I could talk to a lot of people because, you know, we've talked and have grown over time that like there's a familiarity. You know what's going on in some people's lives to a certain extent. You have common interests. And you missed the front nine. It's all right, Jet Ski. It's going well so far. Aside from the missed eagle putt, that always sucks. Internet problems are no fun. Okay, 6-iron here is really tripping me up as far as what I want to do with it, because I'm already landing a few yards short. I almost think I have to go 5-iron with a little bit of loft on it. And I already don't feel like necessarily great about the outcome, but I don't want to be so short. And then I hit it a little bit slow, so this is gonna hold out to the side. Also turns out I underhit it. All right, so not a great input there. It's gonna be a tough putt to make up the hill. Feeling somewhere in here, like it's gonna... Alright, I added extra to it that I didn't need to, but that putt is more often than not gonna be a lag putt. Count only at the active tabs. Used to open like 30 tabs and lurk at everyone. Yeah, it's... I don't even think that was necessarily Twitch. I know what you're talking about. I think there was something with Chrome. And like, since so many people use Chrome, it was such like a largely affecting issue. But I think Chrome had some setting or something with the way that they managed... Yeah, they manage your, like, background tasks and stuff, so it would, like, stop the stream in the background and which would then thereby like discontinue the user until they went back into it. BDO Arena? Oh man, Justin, you're still playing that? No shame, no shame. I did see that there, I don't know if Twitch had it as like a Twitch Prime offering or what, but I think at some point I saw BDO for free. It must have been like a Prime thing. But yeah, I think the active tab thing is more of a Chrome thing than Twitch. I could be wrong about that. 'Cause I don't know how Twitch would know what's active and what's not. This is such a devious pin. Absolute devious. Like gap wedge, even with the very firms, man. Like I can try and put a bunch of loft on it. This could be dumb. Like this could be a dumb play, but I'm gonna try and de-loft it. Try and get this to climb. Okay, I over de-lofted it, so the 99% in slow. But like, I don't know that if I loft it, that I'm gonna get much better than this, so. The risk was just being too short. We get enough distance on it. This is so much downhill too, so we've got to be protective here. Oh boy. I gotta be just low. So close. 6 people actively chatting, and the view count showed 2 viewers, and you're all chatting at that moment. I'm trying to think, like, if anybody was on, like, a chat client. Like, I don't know if you had on audio, it should still count. But if you're chatting, I don't know, that does seem buggy. Because if you're chatting, then so long as you have any copy of the stream open and are chatting, then it should count properly. McTree's switching platforms? Alright, you got 9-mile-an-hour wind in here. Few yards short, but like 7-iron stock on a very firm bounce. I mean, like by a technical, say I slowed it. By a technical standard, McTrees, thank you for the sub over there. Appreciate you, man. By a technical standard, you should be able to. Like you can chat without having the stream open, right? But if you are communicating with the streamer, which is obviously the part that Twitch doesn't know about and is also just the less likely case in general. But yeah, just a pretty funky thing all in all. Go on, keep going. Legs. Gosh darn it. Alright, so we started like really hot and cooled off a little bit. But overall, I think still playing well. Now the one thing is I haven't actually looked to see what the leaderboard looks like through one round, so I don't actually know if this is a shootout week or not. It doesn't quite feel like it on some holes, but other holes, like, I can see how people can play, you know, decently well on it. Count the views and the number they give their advertisers while holding them back from ad revenue for streamers because nobody can verify it. Yeah, you're probably not wrong in that respect. I don't really have much of an option here. Like, I can't in good conscience play this shot. 240, 235. Let's just say it plays 11. Maybe 12. Let's say it plays 11. 224. I guess I can, but there's the chance that this goes like a lot shorter than I want it to. But again, I think this has to be smarter than trying to overpower my 4-iron. I can't hit these slows though. Not really sure where those are coming from, but I guess not swinging the analog stick anymore. So if you're gonna throw this up here, so last time we didn't give it legs. I want to make sure that we give it legs, but I also don't want to be so far, so kinda problematic. Bye ball. A little bit too far. We hit it firm. It shouldn't turn too much at the end. Why is it like that? Why is it like that? The 1K plus streams, messing with measly 6 viewers, having it by 3 or 4. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure some of it was probably buggy. But I definitely know what you're talking about with the active tab. Because I'm like fairly certain that's not something that people like, or like that they intentionally did. I do think that was something with Chrome, but I don't have like 100% verification on that. I'm just gonna put like a touch of loft onto this. Why do I keep hitting it so slow though? That's the part that's starting to mess with my head a little bit. Because that's a good shot with the perfect, but we're like, on some of these approach shots, all of a sudden my brain's just like backing out just ever so slightly. But we get off of the par train, and that's the big thing that matters there. Alright, so we got some big rounds, but it does fall off fairly quickly. Give a little bit of backspin for some extra distance here. Alright, well that was definitely the brain saying, well, don't worry, I won't hit this one fast for you. I definitely played that a little bit too far to get back to the fairway. At least it's light rough out here, but I cut the corner a little too much. Which may turn out to be fine, because this is about pin high. It's that very firm bounce, and then you just need a little bit of break on it. Anywhere roughly in line with the hole and we should be okay. There's that slow again. Kick back left? Why don't you? Alright, we'll get away with one. We'll get away with one, because if you're right in that vicinity, it kind of feeds left or feeds right, depending on which side you hit it. But I don't know what's going on. Gotta commit to these approach shots a little bit better. I do not trust this. Feels like it shouldn't break that much. I don't know if it's just because... Trust your gut. And I still almost missed that high, but like there was just something in my gut that was like, I'm reading these line by line and I'm looking at the overall picture and the two are not adding up. So that's definitely a good call. Alright, so we can carry 317, down another 10, so 327. The wind is not really tailing, but you probably get an extra little bit. Realistically, you could put yourself fairly close for a chip. But if you miss, could be problematic. So I think what we'll end up doing is 3 wood. But this time, I'm not gonna aim as far left. Somehow I feel like this could kick straight left. I don't think it will, but it could. Yeah, the middle grid line looking bent, like. And like the other ones, like sometimes there's just like a subtle enough roundness to it where it's like, I always think of it like an exponential, you know, it's not like a straight line across, like there's a little bit of curve to it, so it's hard to tell exactly where the ball's gonna pass over, like how much it's actually breaking there versus, because I like to use the end of the grid and kind of use an angle there, but if it's not straight, you know, you're actually potentially have less break in the early part. Okay, this to me reads land short, bounce up, and then hopefully stop. We gotta swing at it, not fast though. There we go. Swing at it, not fast though. Bounce up, little release. All right, left it a little bit to the right, but we are right in a makeable spot. And all we've got is, you know, just a bit of break right at the end of the putt. So like, that's not concerning to anybody. Because the last time it broke so much that it hit the bottom side of the cup. So I was like, well, this time, no, this time it's not gonna break enough beforehand. And this is why I am one of the worst putters statistically on the top tour. But then again, like, am I just the idiot for not putting that right side cup and just being super aggressive with the power? I guess that remains the question. Very, very tight window here. There's the slow again. So I remind myself for the the pitch shot, but apparently that reminder needs to continue. Just hang out to the right, but pretty good read. All right, so we have slowed down immensely from the start, but that's just kind of the teeth that this course has. I'm gonna be a little bit aggressive with this. Try and kind of cut this corner. I didn't think that bunker was even in play. Okay. That just like stopped. That thing just like stopped on me and kicked so far to the right. Alrighty then. There's OB left of this fairway? Well, I mean, I wasn't planning on missing it left that far, but good to know. Though I suppose nobody is ever planning to miss it that far left. That's a pretty good pitch. Okay. Good recovery from there. Par 5 17th. Seems like it's just long and straight, so let's get it on the fairway. Now, ideally, this is one where you just bomb it, wind at the back, but we're gonna play it safe and smart so that we miss the fairway anyway. Cool beans. Cool beans. Should you not ruin these last two holes, Loxhead? Nah, you're all good, man. We came out 4 for 4. I think we were still like 6 under through 7 or something like that. We've slowed down immensely. Maybe not 6 under through 7, but slowed down immensely. We were getting away with things. We were ahead of the course, and then the course caught up. 159, 151, and then you've got wind at the back. Max 160. A little bit less. Honestly, I think I'm gonna take my chances with this. I thought about last second, like, what if I backspin it to try and get some extra carry? You son of a gun. You son of a gun. I really thought that we had cleared it. I really thought we had cleared it. So mean. So mean. So if we want to land it like here. I'm okay to be long on this, I think, is the thing I have to reason with myself. I underhit it. Get up. Okay. I was so concerned about overhitting it that I did not let the joystick go back far enough. Thought I got away with I talked to Perry Maxwell. Yeah, but does Perry Maxwell have his greens matted down this much? You know? That's my question to you. How fast are his greens? If they're this fast, then okay. But if they're slower than this, then that's on you. Alright, one last shot here to cap things off. We can still get to 11 under, which all in all, I don't think is terrible on this. 5 mile an hour wind. We're a few yards long. Typically faster than this IRL. You had to soften a lot of these contours to make them playable anything above 105. Pretty much solid red. There must be some sort of mismatch, though, then, like, for how LiDARs play in the game with, like, the relative speeds that the game gives. Because it just seems odd to me that there would be that much disparity. You know? I don't know. That's one man's opinion. I hit it too fast. I was so concerned with like all the slows and stuff that we've been hitting. I was like, all right, just make sure you hit your tempo. And I apparently slammed the stick way harder than I needed to. Alright. But I think this is just the mental side of it, right? Like, coming back to shots and having a trust. Yeah, because I know that we have holes there where I'm thinking like, okay, don't overhit it, and we like, there's a certain mental side that you've got to keep in check. Looking at these though, like, yeah, we've got some bigger scores at the top, but 12 under is T8. We're at T21 with 10 under, and definitely left shots out there. Missed some makeable stuff. Like, yeah, we went really, really good to start, but there were definitely a few things that we left out there along the way. So gonna have to keep our head in check, gonna have to keep our swings firing all the way through a round, but at the end of the day, 10 under is looking to be like an actually solid score around here. So we'll go after it again tomorrow in round 2, try and pack a little bit more of a punch through and through, but this tournament's underway and not a terrible start. So we'll take it. We'll take it. Yeah, definitely some like bad misses in there, in my opinion. 40 minimum, I mean, that's I think what we're always shooting for at a minimum, but I think 40 under is disappointing. Yeah, so nothing long made. 0 for 3. Now, we didn't have many long putts. Perfect inside short. Yeah, so like this is the example McTrees. So like 23 putts on paper sounds good, but it's 78% green and reg, even though we're 19 feet proximity. You know, like it still just doesn't add up when you go 4 of 7, or is that 4 of 7 or is that 5 of 7? I guess 4 of 7 would be a little bit lower. Won't allow me to enjoy a minus 40? No, it won't. It won't, because I know what I'm capable of. I think is what it boils down to, Lockhead. Like, I know what I'm capable of, so 40 under for me is... 40 under for me is just not great. Like, 40 under for me is like, yeah, I expect that when I'm not playing great. So, yeah, it is what, yeah, striving for greatness and always being disappointed is pretty much the game plan. Striving for greatness, always being disappointed. It's a wonderful, healthy life balance that we try and lead over here. Now the problem is, way back in 2K21 when I started, yeah, we were shooting over par, we were just getting under par, doing well. Well then all of a sudden, one week Locke said, the swing clicked. And it was game over from there. I went, swing clicked, and I went 3 weeks, so we qualified. Like, I want to say like the next week after qualification or something, swing clicked. We were 3 weeks in CCA, we won CCA on the third tournament. 3 weeks in Kinetic, almost won one of the weeks. 3 weeks in Elite, won. And then we've been in Plat and disappointed ever since. The motivational poster in the dentist's office. Yeah, we're like on the, yeah, around the edge of the classroom. Tom Doak talked about this when you recreated the Lido from the 2K21 file. What worked in the game was generally quite flat by IRL golf standards. So that means that does that mean that the friction levels are off on, I guess, I'm trying to think how that would translate. Because if there's more slopiness, then that means that the balls are rolling too much for a given slope, because they break a lot for not a lot of break. And I don't know if that's because of only the ability to perceive with the eye, so they like kind of skew some of those numbers so that like you can more visually perceive the break because you can't like feel it, or what, I don't know. It'd be an interesting thing to like really understand the like physics, the game physics to real life physics and friction and all of that, which I mean friction is physics, but you get what I'm saying. To like understand the how and the why all of that stuff works the way that it does. You know? Because ultimately, some of these courses, like how much... So you say about with the Lido, like, relatively flat by IRL standards. When you do, like, the Fruitland Farms, you know, when you're doing, the, I guess, the recreation in any sense, like, are you having to flatten? I imagine having to flatten those to a certain extent as well. Because, yes, you have stuff that rolls off, like, every course has stuff that rolls off the green. But I feel like there's also a certain extent where you see things hold. I don't know. Maybe IRL is just that much more punishing than we get. Maybe, you know, that's why. What's the name of the course? Where the heck do they play the championship at? FedEx Cup Championship course. Why am I blanking on the name? Where the heck do they end the season? Eastlake. Is that why Eastlake is so, like, screwy and, like, detrimental as a course in game, even on, like, reasonable-ish settings? Is it solely because they're like properly translating the real life to the game and it just doesn't blend? Like, is that what it is, or is it that we don't have, like, maybe with that level of break, like, is it that the green speeds are so wrong? Like, if the game allowed for, like, slower green, like, is it just that the stimp translation sucks? Is it the physics of the game? Like, I wonder where that, I don't know why I'm doing this more. Have we taught my son, or we try it more? More food? it works. He understands what more is. He normally just claps, but we know that it's different than his normal clap. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right, weird tangent. Okay, so I think what we're gonna try and do here, because we may as well try and switch things up just a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go relieve my nostrils of these allergies, and then I think we'll switch over and try a Hades run to celebrate the success of the new play tennis. I did not get the tennis game. I did not get topspin. I don't know. I've heard it's decent. I don't have like huge interest in tennis though, generally speaking. So, but yeah, so I'll be right back. I greatly appreciate everybody hanging out on both Twitch and YouTube. It's been pretty cool. It's been pretty cool. I look like a tennis guy. I'm not really sure how to take that. I don't know if that's a compliment or if you're dissing me to my face. I really am unsure about this. But I'll be back in just a few moments, and then we will dive into some Hades. Try and see if we can get that elusive dub. All right, I'll be back in just a few. Allergies suck, dog. Allergies suck so bad. Oh, hot dang. Takes more. Also streams more, right? Also streams more. All right, so let's go ahead here and switch the game up. So we're gonna be doing some heat runs. Slightly more. Definitely a lot more. Definitely a lot more. I'm the true part-timer. I know we give him a hard time, but I'm the true part-timer. All right. Also have to update the oh no. I didn't switch my monitor over manually, so it's gonna... Oh no. Alright, well, we'll just manually drag everything back. It's no big deal. So I've been doing it where what's it called? Trying to gather my words here. So I've been doing it where on brain, it's just gone. Brain disappeared on me. Oh, that's what I was saying. So I have my two monitors. I used to play through the pop-out in my OBS window on the other monitor. But I started to get paranoid that there was like input delays and stuff, so then I started playing on the pass-through straight into my monitor. But that means I have to change the output from... I have to change the output from the display port to HDMI to be able to play the game. Well, if I turn the PlayStation off, then that capture goes away, and if I don't change it in time, then, you know, normally it's acting like the monitor is behind. Alright, let's get rid of the music, because we don't need it no more. But yeah, essentially it would like act like the monitor was behind this screen, and so it'd still act like I had two monitors up, even though only one was visible. But I'm sitting here trying to figure out why my controller won't pick up in the game. I haven't plugged it in. It's off. Big brain moment. So it turns out, in order to use your controller that has no batteries in it and has no Bluetooth thing set up for, you gotta plug it in to get the little white light. That means it's on. Idiot. What an absolute idiot. What's going on, Pi? How we doing?
That's one prophecy out of the way.
Didn't I? I thought I had claimed that already. For some reason, these, I don't think... Stuck? Ooh, okay, so epics can only go up to 20. Interesting. Alright. Well, we've got that max now, so we'll take it. Yeah, so if I am slow after we shut off the PlayStation, if I'm slow and I don't manually switch it over to DisplayPort, it gets, you know, it acts smart. And it's like, oh, sure, I'll fix that for you. But I have all of my stuff that's not the game on my second monitor. So if it does that, it snaps it all to the first. This is not good, because that's a lot of windows. And, like, they're positioned, like... Let me see if I have, here. So this will end up in a little bit of a loop up here. But you can see that I've got my second monitor, like, framed. So I've got, like, my chat, my alerts, my OBS. Yeah, I've got other stuff in the background, the bots and things. So yeah, kind of a mess if all of that gets thrown onto the other one. All right, let's go with the Dark Thirst. We'll try and build that up. Yeah, we're still at 8 wins. We're still at 8 wins. All right, the form of the blade of the Underworld first revealed. Bonus attack speed and move speed. Bonus crit chance. But that's 3 seconds after you special. Special dislodges it from foes. Okay, so is there like a preferred, like, there has to be a best I'm sure there's a preferential bit, but like, what aspects should we be buying into? Because I mean, like, attack speed and move speed. I'm trying to think, if you up the crit chance enough. Yeah, the dislodge is actually kind of interesting because then that brings into play a lot more the rupture. Not actual rupture, but like the one where you, when the cast gets knocked out of him, it deals damage. Like, that definitely brings in an added level to it. Bonus attack speed and move speed is interesting, but the crit one is 2. It's just like you get... I mean, attack speed... Oh, it's attack speed and move speed. It's not damage, it's just... So, I mean, it's DPS.
Grant me the aspect of Nemesis.
I think I want to take this on and give it a little bit. I'm not gonna go like crazy because I don't want to spend all of my stuff. Okay, so we'll just go extreme measures. I think that's the proper way to go about this. Okay.
One thing the mortals have on us is that they quickly become men. This is the Fury Megara. She shall accelerate the process in your case.
We've put each other through a lot, haven't we, Meg?
Alright, we got Zeus to start.
Poor Demeter, young man. I still wonder what became of her fair daughter. Ran away with mortals there, perhaps. Some of the tales even more preposterous. Don't go believing everything you hear. And do be sensitive about the subject, hmm? Demeter, she's been through quite enough.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so attack, chain, dash gives lightning, special causes a lightning bolt. See, it's tough because, like, you get the upgraded lightning strike, I feel like makes the most sense. But we're gonna be doing specials because that's the path that we chose, right? So if we're taking that aspect, there's no real harm in it. It's also gonna be like pretty good early on for just like one-shot clearing. But we definitely want to be doing special combos into the attack so we can try and take advantage of the crit damage. But also still have to be mindful of those sorts of things because that's just stupid damage to take. Not only is it the bonus damage that we lose out on, but...
Now what?
Just stupid. Do have to be mindful though, because like the attack, unless we can get, and that's probably a big thing for us. If we can get the hammer to be able to upgrade our attack, I don't even care that Athena came up. We're gonna go with this because I think there's a chance to get rid of this stab attack. Give me something a little more AoE. Give a little swipe action, because I think that's the part that is probably about the weakest to me, is the special into that is a...
do with this sword.
Fires a wave that pierces foes. Yeah, I'll take that.
Stygius grows strong.
Because that's a swipe. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Jebai, what's going on, man? Thank you very, very much for the raid. Welcome on in, everybody from Jebai's stream. We're playing some Hades. We were playing some TGC Plat earlier. Trying to Trying to get this Hades one heat clear on the sword. We're still pretty new to the game, but we're definitely getting better. We mostly make our runs to Hades at this point. It's just a matter of whether we get a build good enough to kill him, or I guess skill good enough to kill him.
I'm trying to sneak.
And we're also trying out our first YouTube multi-stream, which has been a pretty neat thing to try. So I hope everybody's doing well. How's it going, Jedi? Mento, what's going on? I don't really know what the strategy is with this fight. I guess you have to just take advantage after the teleports and stuff.
In the bosom of the earth and know its warmth. But there is no such warmth up here, young Zagreus. You truly wish to feel the bitter cold of the outside. Then here.
So what were you up to tonight, Jedi? Ooh, rare. Yeah, I know we haven't taken Demeter's aid yet, but when she offers lasers, you take lasers. That's pretty much how it goes.
What is it now?
If I could take a minute of your time.
Survive for 45 seconds. I do not like this, Sam. I am. Bro. Yep. We were doing fine, and then we went just slow enough. Got myself.
Again, you make a mockery of me.
Got myself in trouble. Gosh darn it. Hate to be giving up those little bits there. Okay, palm. Special or crystal. Or we could hit up the shop. I feel like... Oh, you know what? I never reset the lucky tooth, so we're not actually getting anything for clearing perfectly. Okay. I guess that's fine. Dash becomes sturdy or dash more? I think dash becomes sturdy. We don't have anything on dash. We could take Aphrodite. I guess the question is there anything with Aphrodite that we'd be building into with Demeter's cast? Fires his beam directly at... No, that one sucks. I don't want that. You can stay away, Aphrodite. I don't need you. I don't need you in my life. I got this. I wish that lightning struck just a little bit further. Feel like and maybe that's just a product of the special and not so much the lightning. It's like I have to land the special to then hit the lightning. I'll upgrade the crystal, why not? Chaos Gate doesn't matter. Probably should just take the heal and be safe about it. 'Cause I can't say that I'm playing particularly great at the moment. I'm so fast. Ew.
That's
All right. See, and that's like we buy that and then I'm gonna skip Sisyphus. We're like kind of lacking on. Oh,
one of them's going to be mad.
I didn't see that this was a choice. Maybe it didn't tell me that it was a choice. Okay. Do we want Demeter or do we want Zeus? So we can like slow. We can slow people. If we build into Zeus, I guess the one that we would want is Artemis. But I don't know that you want to piss her off. Ay. All right, this could be regrettable, but I think we're gonna take Demeter. Attack inflicts chill, just a full chill build. Ravenous Will is actually kind of good, but
My blessing isn't good enough for you. Is that the way of it, young man? How impetuous of you. Oh, I never.
I am definitely weighing rarity into this, and that might be the mistake. Oh, I just aimed that at the wall. Yeah, the chill, kind of probably a dumb move on my part.
Do not spurn me again like that. You hear me, young man?
Chill attack, probably not my,
So let's put this to bed and move along.
probably not my brightest moment ever. Lightning bolts have a chance of striking twice, but we only get the lightning bolts off of the special. But I don't think I want the dash. I don't know, the dash doesn't seem like it would be all that great.
Idiot, aren't you? Blood and darkness.
Now to collapse.
It'll work. I feel really dumb for having the Lucky Tooth on right now. We'll have to swap it off until the final. I can't buy both. No fish either. This is just a random food, right? This is such a weird build, man. We're like building into lightning, but realistically don't have all that much lightning.
You too.
You mess with Tiss, Redblood, you mess with me. Get it?
Where's Meg? You know, that's the part that's dumb. Like, not with the mechanics, but with me. I can attack from afar with this build. Yet here I am, being big dummy. Yeah, that's a tough one, and obviously I'm trying to always stay in the mindset of don't get hit, but ultimately it doesn't matter too much as long as I don't take too much damage, because We get the heal back here. Lucky Tooth definitely not doing us any good. We have skipped over the easy part with Butterfly. We can add to our life total. Extra damage at low health, which we're not at. Haven't been close to. Can work on upping the chance of heals from broken urns. We'd have to go and break a bunch of urns, but prophecy around using all trinkets at least once. Yeah, so it's also probably not a bad idea to try some of these out. The acorn, honestly, also kind of not bad, especially for later. You only take damage once. Also, the backstab one is not too terrible either.
Go with that one.
Yeah, let's give it a shot here. I thought about maybe going for like boosting the chance of heals. We could argue maybe going for that once we get out of Asphodel.
Made it to Asphodel.
I feel like when we have Dark Thirst, that darkness shows up more. See, the frost and that could actually be good for us now. Oh, come on. That should have hit him from afar. In my opinion, at least. We could go health or we could go Hermes. I feel like health makes a lot of sense right now. But those drop those faster. We don't have a call yet, so like some of the things that he can give to us are limited. Rush delivery wouldn't be terrible. All right, we'll run the risk here. We'll go away from health and try and snag it later. This could be a mistake, but idiot. Running into things. Whatever. Freaking like suicide nukers. Hate when they just drop the bomb right in their spot.
Right on time.
Been downright chilly up here lately, cuz. We've Demeter to thank for that. Me, I try to stay out of her way. She doesn't think I'm a much help to her. Although, I'm sure she's warm to you, at least.
Whenever you're hit, you have a chance to dodge automatically. You're taking damage, quickly dash to recover some of the damage you just lost. I guess the question becomes like, where's the break-even point, and like what does better ultimately? Like a 1 in 5 chance of dodging, or you just take half damage? Let's take like 200 damage, right? And you have a chance to dodge 40. If you dash out of all of them, you save 100. So I would think that the dash is ultimately better. We can run a Trove trial. Don't feel like my build is particularly good at that. I'll take the 5 HP though that comes with the darkness.
How do you do?
All right, we also get that extra backstab damage. Guy is a pain in the butt to track down. There we go. Alright, much better room, and we get the 5 extra health. Ooh. Dionysus. Could be interesting, maybe? Or would it be better to just keep pumping Demeter? Because at a certain point, I feel like you probably don't want to be combining too many. Dash causes hangover or call. Like, the hangover is okay. Hangover is really good when you can just like apply a ton of it, but oh, he also has the health stuff. Do more damage with 3 or more foes or hangover afflicted. You gotta have so many enemies in order for that to be the case. So you could get that duo, which is then not too bad. Dash inflicts chill. Get that. The chill burst, like at 10. Although the cast right now doesn't do anything chill. I think sticking with what we've already got makes more sense. I could be wrong about that. Ay. I am trying to find a way to survive in the corner. Not really seeing that. I was trying to like attack my way through. I'm a little bit confused by that. I know I don't like have like a proper deflect, but I thought with the attack through that it would cut through it, but I guess that's not the case. Ooh. Jolted effects don't expire.
2 blessings are better than 1.
That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice, honestly. So now when we hit with that special, it's just 10 seconds of jolted. I like that. Hey, what's going on, Drew? How are you doing?
Make yourself at home.
Alright, so now we've got a few things going. Do we want to upgrade any of them? Like, would the upgraded rarity make sense, or do we want to take a different route?
Visiting here all the time like this.
Upgrade 2 boons. Or do we just guarantee the upgraded rarity of the next ones? Doesn't mean we're gonna find anything good. I'm gonna roll the dice here, and I'm Ambrosia. Hyper sprint and static discharge. 0.9%. So, I mean, we be fast and a little bit more jolted damage. And we've got extra stuff going on the jolted, so that's not a bad combo necessarily. The only thing that's really missing here is that we just have lightning on our special. So I feel like if we can get Artemis, which I know is asking a lot at this point. If we can get Artemis to improve the cast, and then maybe we do want the lightning dash at this point, just another way to hit lightning. I don't think I necessarily want it. I don't think I necessarily want the call for Zeus. Really like that we got hit there. Yeah, really got to focus on those backstabs. We have extra backstab damage. 251. We're kind of not doing so hot in the health department. Might report us for a violation. So it might make sense if we go 150 health. Because realistically, we only have enough to buy one thing from the shop. So like if health shows up, then we don't have much choice. That way we can roll over the 250 into the next area.
Bone Hydra. Can I call you Bone Hydra?
Because I don't foresee taking 114 damage here. I mean, that's not to say we're not going to take damage here, because we definitely do.
Got you.
Oh, that built up fast. Okay. That jolted. Just get everybody jolted. Jolts for everybody. You can all be jolted if you want to be. Okay, so I do like that with this build.
What now?
Burst them down real fast. Ah. Just spread it around. Lots of fun for everybody. Yeah, you can all be in pain, even when I'm not near you. Yeah, that's a pretty good gig. The extended jolted is super sweet and is probably going to carry us a good portion of this run. Yeah, that's pretty quick. See you, Lerny. Sorry, bud.
That's what you get. Beautiful.
Alright, not really seeing a lot of fish. Also, my character is so fast right now. Having a hard time keeping up.
Where do you think you're going?
Okay, don't need any of those.
Try another one, maybe.
Yeah, take the extra 10% on the backstab. I dig it.
And check.
Although we ultimately don't really need that because a lot of our damage is gonna come from jolted. Because we've got 10-second jolted duration and it's dealing 88 a pop. So that's not a bad one to upgrade. The palm upgrades something at random, right? And we've kind of got too many things. So I'm just going to take the money and run. Don't know where people are, so I'm just gonna send beams out at random. Probably not the best strategy. And I wish with all of my heart that we could always get Artemis. We could always get Artemis with the cast. That makes Demeter's beam so good. But Demeter's beam without Artemis is mostly sadness. Like it does what it needs to for the most part, but just the lack of tracking. And what I learned playstyle wise is that I absolutely freaking despise Aphrodite's combination with it. Like the tracking you it's not what I want it to be. Excuse me? That blew up. Shouldn't that be doing something? I guess the jolted doesn't really do much to these things. So I guess it's not like really moving. I mean, like it kind of is, but not. Don't need to heal, and we've got money, so let's take a little gander at Charon's wares.
No urns permitted in this chamber.
Speaking of Aphrodite sucking,
Just what I need.
I think we'll just buy some, cause like I gotta stick to my guns, right? Like Charm Call. I mean, like, sure, like, there's some health stuff that you can get. But, like... Okay, now this one wasn't bad. We had this one with Poseidon. And it was just like, with Poseidon's call, and just like, nukes on nukes on nukes. But I don't want Cold Embrace. I mean, the damage reduction is probably the only thing that we'd really be trying to get after, but even then... 307? Like, I can just save my money. Now, Demeter versus Hammer, that's a different question. Like, are there any big ones that we'd be going for? So right now, we've already got that, which is huge. All foes are chill affected. Decay damage would be kinda nice. Like if you have a boss and they're the only ones that are chilled, then they're decaying. Arctic Blast. Chill on the cast. Ravenous Will. I don't know all of my hammer options, but I think I'm gonna take Demeter.
Butterfly chamber.
I figure I may as well just nuke this, and then these guys that show up will deal with them. Because those guys, you know what it is? Even though they have the jolted on them, they're not actually, like, moving, which is why they didn't just die from having the jolted on.
What?
They just kinda run away. Okay, good to know.
Butterflies better stay away from me.
Okay, so chill on the dash, Demeter's aid. I mean, at a certain point we have to take this. And we don't have a dash or whatever. I guess we've got Demeter's aid. I mean, now we have some sort of aid. I'm gonna take health. We've got enough money.
Oh, good. Crisp.
Resting place? Alright, 200 health. I think now we'll go hammer time. Skipped over the hammer for Demeter. Oh, what? How many arrows do they fire? I really thought it was just the one, so I dodged the one time and that was that.
Sounds regenerating. He's fully recovered.
What? I hit you. Get back here.
Come meet my blade.
Ah, so there are elite ones. I guess that's something that I've never paid attention to. I've always just looked at the like type of enemy and not the quality. So I had really no idea that they were elite. That makes a lot of sense though as to why they did that differently. Okay, so we can get armor break. Can hold attack to strike rapidly. I think you would want this if you had something better than the chill. Or maybe if we had the chill that broke and you're just trying to like pop them. Dash strike hits twice and deals 20% damage. We're gonna go with prophecy here. We're just gonna keep the prophecy stuff going because why not? Athena, or we could go Demeter versus Zeus again, which is kind of like a tough place to be battling between the two of them. I'm gonna go Athena solely because I wanna roll the dice for Athena dash. Because I think Athena's dash is a big thing that we could make use of. Damn, dude got wrecked. Spawned in right over to the arrow. Alright, these are just normal bozos, so they're not gonna do anything too crazy to me. That doesn't mean that I shouldn't take them seriously. Who else? Oh, Grat.
Stay dead.
Ay. Those are definitely not bad if you lure those guys in. Like that call to a little trap kill at the end too. But that call in order to combat, you know, the little dudes, slow them down, but also just hit like an AoE around you. That's honestly not too shabby.
There's something that I've wished to tell you, Zagreus. There is no shame in your upbringing. Many of us on Olympus, we likewise were born and raised under the strangest circumstances. Someday I'll have to tell you about mine.
I don't know the least bit about Athena's upbringing. Yeah, so I think Divine Dash, I mean, that's what we were rolling the dice for. You know, the 20% God Gauge is nice, I think, for nukes. I think for ours, it's okay. You know, we'll just use it when we have it, but I think Divine Dash, I know that that's like a big time one for... Obviously, you still have to, you know, time things up, but I think that helps a heck of a lot.
Bright swords.
Also, just with us dashing, you know, around enemies and such, I suppose that
Damaged ones come back.
that also helps. Gotta be careful because there's a lot of animation. There are a lot of animations going on, and it becomes very hard to see at times. Which is ultimately leading to me getting hit quite a bit. Now the question becomes, do we need more out of Athena, or is like that good enough? We have dash, we have call, we have all the main slots filled. Cast can also deflect, it's not a big deal. Damage reduction, always a good one. Trap damage. Make foes exposed. 50% backstab damage. And deflect steal more. If we have no Death Defiance, we could get some recovery, which is not too bad for, like, later on. I know we have 463, and we could be looking for some heals, but also Athena's doesn't seem too bad to me, and I'm gonna trust myself here a little bit. Yeah, we'll take some damage reduction. Okay. So obviously we knew the risk we were taking is that we were not going to be getting, you know, any heals back. But we clear this and we take quite a bit of coin with us to Styx, which is never a bad thing.
He thinks that he can vanquish us, Asterius. Take this. They know our victory is certain here.
Just kind of wanted to get him jolted. Just so he's taken, you know, just ever so slightly passive damage.
I swear I'll get you yet.
Okay, so he's halfway.
To all our fans, we dedicate this fight to you. Here, fiend.
Alright, I definitely squandered that opportunity a little bit.
So, monster, you think you have the wherewithal to achieve victory? Well,
Okay.
Poseidon, aid me now.
Well, I wasn't ready for Poseidon to show up immediately. That hurt.
Stand and fight. You fiend.
Not too bad. Yeah, so we've built up some decent DPS on this build. I've got to obviously keep things a little bit cleaner, but
The rest of your existence, Shane.
we certainly have some ways to dish out damage.
Cerberus is patiently at work instead of resting here.
Okay, so yeah, I think we just take the heal. And then the question becomes, is this extra 10% damage gonna be the key? I don't think at this point that 10% damage is enough, because I don't think I would keep 10% damage on the unrestricted, that's the word I'm looking for. Butterfly, right? Because like at this point, a lot of times we have somewhere in the like 16 to 20% damage. 205 is not a ton of health. The thing is, this old spiked collar, I think this is maybe a better play over the Lucky Tooth. Oh, but you know what? We accidentally had the Lucky Tooth and we took it off, and so now you can't go back to it. Okay. So, well, that takes that away. That was just a mistake on this run. Because I was going to say, this plus 3 Death Defies, like, it's 100 plus halves. So you could be, we have 205. Essentially, you've got 400, just over 400 health. Whereas this is adding 38 plus 19 plus 19 plus 19, which is, way, way less. We have the boon empowerments. First 3 hits don't do anything. Somehow I have a feeling that would get just eaten up. I think versus the 38 health. 240 versus 200. I mean, that's like 1 hit. %10 damage. I'm gonna go with the collar, and I think solely because a lot of our damage is done via jolted. Like, we're getting a lot of stuff out of damage after the fact from our boons. So we have jolted damage. We've got 7% damage reduction, which is kind of nice. We have to make sure we're dashing after we take damage. So that we can get some of that health back. But we come in here with 445, so let's see. Not a ton of options. So we know that this one swaps something out at random. So do we have one? The 30 damage wave, the 300% damage to armor. He doesn't have armor. There are foes that have armor in this fight. I think we'll stick with it. I got screwed the last time I swapped it out, and I think we lost. I honestly think we lost that run because of it. A lot of power-ups. Demeter could be good call. Poseidon, Athena, and health. Is there anything that you would even want Poseidon for at this point? Boiling point. I mean, yeah, God Gauge build up. And then you wouldn't be able to do any of the other, like there's no duo stuff. So you'd be mostly looking at like bounty or treasure, which is useless, and that, yeah, okay, so no Poseidon. Athena health, and then we can go down here with upgrades. So maybe we start with Demeter. Okay, cast fires longer and inflicts chill. Or when all foes are chill afflicted, they're slower and they decay. I mean, the killing freeze, I mean, we just have Hades up. I think that that's... I think that that's better because our attack is already dealing the chill. And like heal effects at this point
cooled me off.
I don't think matter. So let's go with Athena and then health, and we can go from there. Because I think ultimately that's probably the best combination of things that we can.
That's what you get.
Those rats in close quarters with not a ranged weapon. It's never a recipe that I quite enjoy. Okay, but we're making our way pretty handily. Ah, we took the poison damage. But we'll heal back up, so it's not a big deal. Next boon has upgraded rarity. Well, we may as well, right? Like, I think that's cheaper than, you know, regular boosts. Not too bad so far. Of course, we get one of these guys showing right up on the spot. I keep worrying about getting hit on these ones, but it's not as big of a deal because this is different than what we've been running. So while yes, we don't want to take damage if we take a hit or two, if we take a hit or two, it's ultimately not a big deal.
In the name of Hades.
God gauge partly full. Death Defiance restores more health. After you take damage, damage foes around you and briefly deflect. Partly full. I mean, that just gives us like a slight head start. I'm like, right now I'm just kind of gearing everything towards Hades, and I think we probably just have to take the revenge damage and deflect because we're gonna get hit. Whereas I think if we...
This can get me out of here.
I think if we go the other route, it's just not gonna be as productive. We get that 25% boost right at the start of the fight, and then that's about it. Okay, so let's take health. And then I don't really know where we go from here. Probably a palm. That's certainly less than ideal, but don't really know how you tackle that room. That room just doesn't quite seem so fun.
Really?
Running into rats! I mean, at least the Athena shield deals damage at the dash spot. Everybody gets a little jolted sometimes. Hey, hey, hey. Don't land in the poison.
Feels sick.
Crap. I'm gonna do it again. Gosh darn. The thing is, the deflection is quite strong, but you have to You have to actually deflect. Can't be getting hit. Okay, so we can go coin, which would give us, I'm just trying to think about this. Coin would give us 700 minimum, which means we could buy 3 palms. Or go through this. You're not necessarily guaranteed 100. But if you run the risk of it and you do get the 3, it's probably worth about 1 more. I'm gonna go with the coin for the guaranteed 3. And then if we still don't get the heal, then obviously we're just gonna go for the palm and so be it. Okay. Easier room.
Let's see what's in here.
Oh, see, that's an interesting proposition. 6 encounters. If we get the stuff here, then we have an extra stone and we deal more damage during Hades. But it's 70, and so therefore we wouldn't be able... I think that would be more than the palm.
Should be useful.
If, though... Now, this is the big if here. If we do not get the sack at the end of this, it's gonna sting. So the hope here is that we get the satyr sack.
A satyr sack. Cerberus can never get enough of this stuff.
Good. Good, 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 good.
Refreshing.
So, ultimately, we spent 70, but we didn't get the 100. So...
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, we're gonna go more on the jolted damage.
Shocking my senses.
Bolt damage is more. Lightning bolts have a chance to strike twice. I think Thunder Flourish is probably the play. Like, the call is kind of nice. So, like, 10 seconds. It grows for 10 seconds. Does 19 every quarter, does 12 every quarter second? So you get 48, 480 damage. Versus, what? 760? If everything lands? That's a pretty big... It's a pretty big jump. And we're probably going to get the call, like, let's say 2 times during the fight. So you're talking 1,500 damage, where we'd have to hit our lightning bolt. What, 25 times for that? 25 specials? I think we would probably get more out of... I think we're gonna get more out of the special. All right. It do be time. See what we can do.
But for satyr sacks, he can make an exception.
I can go.
Hades, we meet yet again. That dog loves his sacks. That he do. That he do.
I'm back, Father.
The world beyond my realm is not for you. You're going home. Darkness. Yeah, boy.
I gotta remember, dash when we take damage.
Excuse me for a moment. Darkness.
Just trying to keep the jolted on him. Okay.
Darkness.
I thought I dashed. I did not.
It's regenerating.
Demeter, I shall take everything away.
Need help with something, Father?
Darkness. So,
Okay, we're nuking him down with this build. We are cruising along at the moment.
you truly dare? I have something for you.
Ah.
Demeter, all shall soon decay.
Now.
Yeah, that jolted is just disgusting. See ya, Papa.
See what awaits you in this realm. How dare you?
That has to be, I was gonna say, that has to be the fastest I've ever killed Hades. That was the fastest run we've ever done. Broke the 40-minute mark there. But like, if we take a look at that, the aspect I don't think really did all that much. I think the biggest thing there was that jolted. Jolted effects not expiring. Cause what? We had the crystal beam dealing 11 damage, which is okay. But I think the biggest bit, we had the lightning strike twice. Jolted would deal for 10 seconds at 149 damage a pop. And I think that was really what did it. And then the fact that we had a little bit of damage reduction could, you know, we could dash out of things with some deflect. One more tonight, I can't, Pie. It's 11:15. So I've still got some post-stream stuff to do. I gotta do some editing of our golf round from earlier and get that over onto YouTube for tomorrow. Which I know sounds crazy considering we're streaming on YouTube today. We finally found a fish! Blessed be. One fish run. Man, that is a tough trout to catch.
Looks like a trout.
Trout's a diamond though, right? That's a big one.
Of everything down in that gloomy house, I miss old Cerberus the most, I think. But I miss other things as well. The lack of light was gentler on my skin, not being as cold. And Nyx and her young sons. It was all very odd, but...
Mother, in Father's bedchambers. Mind you, there's almost nothing there, just neatly sorted rows of all his samey capes. But on his nightstand is a portrait of you, wearing a regal crown of red laurels. A queen. His queen.
Probably sleep so you can go to work tomorrow. Yeah, like I gotta do the edit, which will ultimately change starting next week. We'll still have to end stream, but it'll be to edit as opposed to do like a clip and ship. But yeah, I got some post-stream work to do, so I can go to bed by like 12:30, so I can get up at 6:30 tomorrow and go to work.
I was fitted for those
If I go to work, I mean walk downstairs, but
they were not
alas.
my customary style. So Hades has a portrait of me still. Why would he put it back on display now?
No, he's never let anybody in his bedchambers. I broke in, don't you see? He didn't put your portrait back on display. It's always been there, ever since you left. So, Mother, why do you suppose he would do that?
So you'll set your alarm for 7:35 for work at 8. Yeah, I'm the same, but like an hour earlier. So I have my schedule. Fortunately, my work is flexible. I work 7 to 3. So like, yeah, my alarm will go off. I took a shower because I went to the driving range after work today. So I took a shower early so I can kind of lollygag a little bit more in the morning. So I'll probably set my alarm for like 6:45 so I can head downstairs so I can start eating breakfast and checking my emails at 7.
Because he loves me still. Is that what you want me to say?
My new work laptop came in. I am so pumped to finish setting it up. So I've been working on, now I'm okay with it because it's the same laptop that I have, just bigger. I've been working on a 2014 MacBook Pro. I just got me a 2023 M3 MacBook Pro, 36 gigs of RAM, 16-inch screen. It is chef's kiss. Now, would I spend $3,000 on a laptop for myself personally? No, I think that's a little bit outside of my justification range. But my work will. And I thank them for that.
Have you ever loved him yourself?
All I really wanted was to leave Olympus. I didn't exactly abscond. I doubt I had much of a choice, but I went willingly. Perhaps Zeus knew how I felt, and thought he was doing me a favor. As for Hades, I grew to love him, yes. He always gave me my space.
I mean, to be fair, there's justification to it. Like, I'm a software dev, so, you know, having the extra processing power is a useful thing for, like, all of the work, that we do, but...
Won't you please talk to him?
I have 16 gigs of RAM on this computer that I stream on.
Surely all of you can figure something out.
I just don't know, my son. Olympus is behind me. And the underworld. I cannot imagine I would be very welcome there after all this time.
Mama!
You are the queen.
With the wind blows. Spreadsheet reporting data nerd? Okay. Well, I work in cybersecurity, so I definitely work
You are the queen.
adjacent to some of those people who do all the, like, data analytics stuff. Or deal with all of the reporting stuff that we generate.
Oh, how could he?
Question for you, Father. The name Kore happen to mean anything to you by any chance?
Kore?
What? Where did you... Ah, the Cold Witch brought it up, did she?
The Cold Witch.
Never repeat that name again. Not here, nor anywhere. You hear me, boy? Know only this. The one called by that name despised it even more than I.
So let's see. Demeter's daughter went missing. She wound up down here. I happened. Mother left. Demeter and everyone else on Olympus apparently has no idea. That about right? Tell me what happened.
I'll tell you nothing. Keep meddling in matters that you cannot understand, and you'll incur the wrath of Olympus on all that you hold dear. And know that it is not for my sake that I'm warning you.
Yeah, but I'm gonna keep pressing until I find out, because that's where the fun's at.
You can't hide the truth forever.
You can hide the truth long enough. So we have 3 diamonds. Dark Thirst giving extra is probably smart.
Approved. Wouldn't mind an extra helping of gemstones.
I know we're short on diamonds, and ultimately, like, we could have bought one of the 3s.
Be my guest.
But I'm trying to think, like, long-term for acquisition's sake.
How is she lately, Eurydice, I mean. Her hair? Fall colors or full bloom? Her poise? As proud and supple as the oak?
She's all right, Orpheus. Seems comfortable within her little place in Asphodel. The only thing that seems to bother her at all is when I mention you. Is there nothing you can do to patch things up?
It's just like a funny thing of, like, all these years and everything passed, they're all dead. They're at peace, and the only thing that bothers them is the thought of you. Like,
alas,
how royally did Orpheus mess up?
So no. As you can plainly see by now, I'm dead to her.
You're technically dead to everybody, but yeah, point
But
taken.
that's just a technicality. I mean, you're here, she's there. So what if you're not breathing anymore? You have all eternity ahead of you. Don't you want to see her again?
Don't I want to see my Eurydice again? Why, yes. That more than anything, my friend. Provided she wanted to see me. I tried once to disturb her everlasting rest, as you well know. And that did not pan out as I had hoped.
Yeah, I really don't know how the two of these just mend other
Not
than
making
the
this
game
easy,
just
Orpheus.
has a storyline of, and they kissed and made up for no reason.
Father loved her, didn't he? Mother, I mean. Faith like that. He's just stubborn enough to hold on to the idea of her, isn't he? Though what she saw in him, I'm not sure.
Your father was different with Persephone, to some extent. He has always been as you know him, yet her lightness, It affected even him, I think. And he knows that he was better with her than without.
Sounds like a lot of pressure on Mother to fix all his failings. But it sounds as though she cared for him as well. And you and Cerberus. She said she misses you.
She did she?
Yeah, I'll give you a gift. Why not?
How can I possibly accept such generosity, my child? Surely others whom you know are more deserving of such offerings.
Nonsense, Nix. I want you to have it. You've always cared for me. I can't ever repay you for that.
See, I gotta just... I've been giving them a lot to people that are... like, that we meet out on our runs. I need to be giving them to the gods more, because I kind of gave it to them early on, and then that's it. Hey, what's going on, Zane? How we doing, dude? We got my fastest ever kill tonight. So we got that going for us. 38 minutes?
Maybe. Done deal.
I mean, nothing crazy. It was Heat 1 with the sword, but, also, I don't know why the alert did not play. Oh, the alert did not play because I have my camera off, and my camera off has the alert toggle. So that explains a lot. Well, welcome on in, everybody, from Zane's stream. We're kind of in the little story part at the end of the stream here, but yeah, we got our 9th clear, fastest one yet. So we're making progress. Rumor has it that at 10 we get credits to roll. So yeah, we're working our way through. This is attempt 31, clear 9. So feel like we've picked up the game fairly well, if I do say so myself. For 38 hours, you know, not too bad. But welcome on in, everybody, from Zane's stream. My name's Colby. We play a lot of competitive virtual golf, aka TGC Tours on PGA Tour 2K23, but we also dabble in some other games at the end of the stream. Dr. Akek, how's it going? So yeah, we picked up Hades, and I guess it was probably at least a month ago at this point. But yeah, we're I don't know, a few years behind. So we're just getting into Hades, which I guess is actually ironically good time because Hades 2 is coming within the next year or so. So works for me. I will actually get to enjoy Hades 2 when that drops.
Oh, lad. You've regained access to the administrative chamber, right? I never thought you'd want to go in there again.
Oh, believe me, I don't. But I would like to be able to go where I please around here, and confounding father is another benefit.
Let's get right phrase to exactly. Early access, at least. So I think there's some stuff going on right now with like a technical beta that people got into. I think official release is slated for like
Pleases me to say. You may proceed.
Maybe March of next year. But yeah, early access is probably quite a bit sooner than that. So we may be able to hop into like early access at the start and then play it periodically as they, you know, release some big changes to it. So definitely a good time overall, I would say. Update April 26th. Okay, so from 3 days ago, at the Hades 2 technical test, the test helped us identify and address a number of key technical issues we weren't able to find before. Preparation on Hades 2 in early access. Plan to start winding down the technical test today, after which point it will no longer be available in participants' Steam libraries. So I plan to launch Hades 2 in early access relatively soon after, so please. Okay, so we just have to beg them. How many upgrades? Does this go to like 40%? Epic to 20, rare to 40. Yeah, just beg and plea. Everybody has to submit a recorded video of themselves just begging for dear life for them to bring the Hades to How messed up would that be? I mean, it'd be kind of funny, but also like, oh wow, these people are really, really going a bit overboard for this game. So please stay tuned. Hope to share our excitement for early access. So I gotta get cranking. We gotta be pumping out these Hades runs apparently. Attack special and cast not empowered by a boon. So maybe for the next run, I don't know, since we want to like try each of these out because the game encourages you to use everything in the game. Maybe we try a Shattered Shackle to start the next run on.
Varatha hungers.
And we'll keep Varatha. Only got like 5 kills on record. Ooh. Then seek Ares. Well, the problem is Ares never freaking shows up for me. I swear Ares is like such a rarity for me these days. Like I don't know what it is. We get Ares like every once in a while. Although I will say we didn't see Artemis on this last run, which ended up being fine, but Artemis plus Demeter's cast, like that's the way to go. I always take Demeter's cast now with the hopes of Artemis, but also now knowing that the upgrades are so limited and I hate Aphrodite's, the cast is not as goated. Pick the Ares trinket. Oh, that's true. That's true. But at the same time, Pi, like, we have 21, like, we're sitting on 21 of the Titan blood, so it's not like I'm in a rush to get 2 more. Artemis and Demeter seem to be the most rare for you. I don't know. I feel like I get Demeter quite a bit and Artemis quite a bit. I feel like Athena is probably the rarest one for me. If I had to gauge overall, it'd be interesting to like take a look or like to know, you know, how many have been offered and we just choose against them. Like I tend to like Zeus. Form in which, okay, so regular version, special damage, range, and speed. Okay, so you dash, and for the next 4 attacks or casts, they're stronger. Huge spin attack that makes damage, or makes your foes take more attack and special damage for 10 seconds. I feel like these are always tricky options because the extra damage is really good. The extra damage is really good, but the requirement is to land a big attack, and that always seems rough. But the aspect of Achilles, like to throw, you dash to the spear, damaging foes along the way. I guess you could technically damage yourself with that, though. So maybe just the regular. I see, but that just means that you throw the spear further and faster, and this has actual like attack. Because what do you? So you get the throwing back. This is just a stab. I like the dash strike with it. It's definitely better than that. So we probably would want... I don't know that opens up anything for me. Oh yeah, I like the dash strike. Well, none of these do dash strike things. So like... I guess we could put a couple of points into Aspect of Zagreus just to like have a placeholder, because don't get me wrong, we will throw it. We will absolutely skewer some fools. Alright. But I'm gonna leave this unfortunately set up for tomorrow. So Zane, I greatly appreciate the raid. I apologize But it is 11:35. I have work tomorrow, and I still have YouTube stuff to do after I log off of here. So, with that being said, we should definitely forward this along. For those watching on YouTube, if there's anybody left over there, I greatly appreciate you coming out to the first YouTube live stream. I'm going to end the stream here, and then we're going to go and raid out over on Twitch. So we're going to sign